This is a live footage from the Washington, President Donald Trump departing White House.
I was like, yeah, I saw you for all day. I'm watching this stuff. Trying to keep it like everything happens simultaneously. Huh? Trying to get a little warmer. Yeah, yeah.
Internal sources are telling us that Donald Trump has just pardoned Steve Bannon. Sources are telling us that President Donald Trump has banned Steve Bannon. This according to Reuters. He has issued a lot of pardons yesterday night, and we are just learning of the news that he has pardoned Steve Bannon. This coming after him leaving the White House and going to Base Andrews and then leaving towards Mar-a-Lago. We were seeing that footage on our previous stream. Right now, here is a live picture of the Capitol where Joe Biden will be inaugurated at 9 Pacific and 12 Eastern Time. We will continue to monitor the situation. Joe Biden will be president and Kamala Harris will be vice president. Jill Biden will be first lady and Doug Emhoff will be second gentleman. So once again, right now Joe Biden is attending a church gathering. After this, he will come to the White House and he will come to the Capitol, and then he will be ready to be inaugurated. This is going to happen at 12, and then after that, it's going to be a virtual parade, and there's going to be many more events. He's going to be Tom Hanks is going to be hosting a primetime special for the Joe Biden inauguration, and will be airing here on Winter News as well as in other networks. We will continue to see this live footage until Joe Biden will come, but for now, we could just see the flags in the mall. This where many people were supposed to be coming and see the inauguration, but due to COVID and the protests, there will be no one. I'm getting word that the Congress will be the only people who are going to be seeing the inauguration. Joe Biden and other former presidents will be seeing this as well. Thank you very much. And once again, this is a live picture coming up the Biden inauguration ceremony here on Window News. Actually, we are just now learning that there are bipartisan Congress members in the church along with Joe Biden. We were not confirming this, but we now can confirm that there were bipartisan members inside right now with Joe Biden. They're celebrating Mass. We do not know, though, if whether McCarthy, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, or Mitch McConnell are there, but we now can confirm that there are Republican members of Congress with Joe Biden inside of Mass. We tried getting a video from inside, and we will have that video of Joe Biden inside, but right now we are just seeing the live footage from outside the church. A little while ago on our previous stream when Donald Trump was leaving, Joe Biden was entering along with Kamala Harris, but now they are inside. We're going to try to get that video of him inside church.
Certainly it's been a year where being determined was really important. The challenges that the country's faced this year, COVID-19, the campaigns, everything else that's happened, really made this a challenging year, and so we had to be determined. But the real focus was on that phrase out of the Constitution itself, forming a more perfect union. I always thought that was a very important thing for the founders to put in the Constitution. They didn't say we're doing this to form a perfect union. They had an idea of the boundaries of democracy, but they said we're trying to form a more perfect union. And of course, that's still what we're trying to do today. We are more than we have been, not all we need to be, and that effort to have a more perfect union continues. Today we celebrate that, just like frankly we do every time we celebrate the Constitution or democracy. We celebrate the idea that we're moving toward better than we have been, which is what more perfect union is all about. I think this is a moment when we really project in a unique way what democracy is all about, what transition is all about. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 million people will watch the inauguration. Democracy moves forward, and we've been doing this for a long time, and we do it really well, and it's really important.
Washington gave the shortest inaugural address on record, just 135 words. Every president since Washington has delivered an inaugural address, while many of the early presidents read their addresses before taking the oath. Current custom indicates that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court administers the oath first, followed by the president's speech. William Henry Harrison delivered the longest inaugural at 8,445 words on March 14, 1851. John Adams' which totaled 2,380 words, contained the longest sentence at 737 words. In 1921, Warren G. Harding became the first president to take his oath and deliver his inaugural address through loudspeakers. In 1925, Kamala was his inaugural address, the first to be broadcast nationally by radio. And in 1949, Harry S. Truman became the first president to deliver his inaugural address over television airwaves. Most presidents use their inaugural address to present their vision of America and set forth their rights to the nation. Some of the most eloquent, powerful speeches are still quoted today. In 1865, in the waning days of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln said, "But now toward nothing, carry all with promise and the right as God gives us to seek. Let us strive among the vengeance work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, and care for them who shall have won the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, and do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." In 1933, Franklin D. Roosevelt vowed, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." And in 1961, John F. Kennedy declared, "And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country."
Right now, President Donald Trump left the White House. We were seeing in the previous stream. We are seeing footage from the Capitol where Joe Biden will be inaugurated. He is currently en masse, along with Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and others in Congress. There will be a primetime special late evening hosted by Tom Hanks in Hollywood, basically highlighting the inauguration, and there's going to be live performances. It will be live on Windsor News. Right now we are seeing footage from the Capitol. We are seeing the flags, where in this year there were no people. The last 4 years there were people right there, but now due to COVID and recent protests, there will be no people. It will just be Congress and some other certain special guests, along with former vice presidents. Right now we are seeing this spectacular footage from the White House, from our pool of reporters over there, but Joe Biden has now just won after some turbulent cases. He is going to be president of the United States, and Kamala Harris will be vice president. Jill Biden will be first lady, and Doug Emhoff will be second gentleman. Right now we are seeing these live footages.
I don't really find Harris for about the same role that I had competed at peace, honoring human rights. Just like now, for the Inauguration, throughout Louisiana and nations need a leader. I think Joe and Kamala can do that. They avoid a true union for all of us.
A lot of times when you're running, so many things happen so quickly. When you're under intense pressure all the time, it's hard to unpack it all, whether you were exactly wrong. But I do remember that day. And I went up there, we went to an early morning church service. Then Hillary Chelsea and I went to the White House and we greeted as is the custom by President Inauguration. I knew how hard it was because he loved doing programs. And anyway, I thought it was good for him. And he said, big differences on economic and social policies. You know, we had a tough time. And Republican was, I liked them, I liked them, but they were so gracious. And I remember Laura Bush coming to Chelsea for the good job she did in the campaign. And Chelsea said, well, thank you, I tried. It was such a nice thing to say to a young girl. On the way down, there was a shock behind her. And they were by and large really receptive to him. They were very warm to him. We wish that happened in American life. We did that and they went to Inauguration and I got to walk out of the Capitol and where they announced you and you walked out. And I remember just looking around there, seeing some big friends, including John Wilson's group. I remember how much I got water in my hands when we were home. Told people to do all that. I had worked very hard right at the last minute of my inaugural speech. We were about to take a different turn, economically, socially, and to some extent, we had to build a new world after the Cold War. So I wanted everyone people to know that I heard them, to know that I thought everybody deserved to see it today, and everybody deserved a chance. And I wanted them to understand that I did not look at all these changes in the world as today, this time was fortunate enough to get more votes, or spoke more clearly to the needs of the American people. But the country itself matters, the system itself matters. There's so much better together than tonight. And we believe for all our differences what we have in common is more important. In the whole human history, many established democracies have tried to fail. Joe Biden and Kamala are saying, we're taking office tonight. But we're the last in the long run, and we believe what we're doing is. And the reason is we abide by the Constitution. We believe in the Bill of Rights. I think they're exciting people. He represents upright, working class, down to earth, accepting, forward-looking. Now, she represents the three steps forward. And they have a lot in common.
We're here to tell you that the Dow Jones has now just rose 100 points. It's ahead of Joe Biden's inauguration. The Nasdaq as well is going by 1%, and the S&P 500 is also going. This after the inauguration of Joe Biden is about to take place. Once again, the stocks are going more than 100 points up. Thank you very much.
After he's fired, do you see up there the two rows sold by that slave?
Yeah.
See the back row of soldiers. There's a fern right there, right? Right above that. He is facing that. Oh, wow.
That's way outside the box.
I have been fortunate to assume at 7 years. I was the director. 2, I was an observer in Washington, I saw my dad's first this morning, which was an unbelievably sweet moment for us. Very respectful of the President of the States. Thank you. Very long. But there's a fundamental difference between being an observer and being someone who acts as President of the States. So let me go. I think the inaugural address is very important because first moment, the American people to hear a sworn president. They have seen a candidate in debates and seen news conferences, but they haven't seen the new person and the sworn president speak to the nation. So the inaugural address is very important, sets the tone. It's the beginning of an insight into how this person will conduct himself as president. America has thus is compassion, and it's very important. That's is one I spend a lot of time on. Obviously, working on the delivery, but also making sure the power delivery addresses something that we're concerned about. My first inauguration was interesting.
The White House YouTube channel has now just unlisted every video from President Donald Trump. This because the YouTube channel, and along with other social media like POTUS, will be transferred to Joe Biden. YouTube right now only has 2 videos. One of which Donald Trump is talking, and the other of which was live, but it was also the departure ceremony. So these are just 2 videos that are in the White House. There is now another channel called the Trump White House, where all the videos he had made throughout his course of presidency will be archived right there. Just like the Obama White House, they have separate YouTube channels in which they have all their archived videos. POTUS for Donald Trump will also be archived, and POTUS will be given to Joe Biden. Right now, we are waiting for Joe Biden to come in and to be inaugurated. He will be inaugurated at 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific, but right now we are just waiting. We will be seeing the guests who are going to be coming. It's just going to be Congress and some other special guests, his cabinet maybe, and right now Joe Biden is leaving the church. and he's going to be coming anytime people think of it.
Second opportunity to serve. And so the second inauguration had a much different feel first. When President Obama got sworn in, it was a feeling of relief. I was ready to go home. I served my 8 years. Laura and I were looking forward to return to Texas. It was interesting to observe the arrival of a new president, someone who typically goes through in many ways that which I had just done. The excitement of the new presidency is palpable, but it was, of course, I came back for President Trump's inauguration. It was once again a transfer of power in a peaceful way. This is the inauguration where I had a little trouble putting the car show on, which created a fair amount of tension. I think my mother had trouble putting the car show on, so I like my son. This year I'm wearing a mask. It's an unusual inauguration. My message to the new president and vice president is congratulations. You're entering into a very exciting period in your life, and may God bless you.
Thank you, lady, for escorting us. Jack.
Flags that should also raise the water. You feel this great weight, such responsibility that's being passed on. I remember seeing Don Lewis on the stage that day. Somebody who had been a lifelong hero. Who led the march in the West Bridge, almost died for his convictions. I told him to be hugged. John, I'm here because of you. This day is yours. I thought it was important to be as clear-eyed and honest as the American people as possible about the size and scope of the challenges that we face.
Today, I say to you that the challenges we face are real. They are serious and they are many. But know this, America, they will be met.
This was not about me. This was about all the people who were facing this. And that's what I was thinking about. Most of I want also to work with the big man. It would take some time and effort to meet those challenges. But I wanted them to know that we wouldn't. Together we can move this country forward and off in better shape. I loved the parade. Admittedly, it was cold that day, so I felt over all these folks who come from every state and union.
we are now learning that President Donald Trump has left a letter in the Oval Office for Joe Biden. We are just learning this. We do not know what is contained in the letter. There were some doubts and some speculation that Donald Trump might not even add a letter, but now we are confirming that there will be a letter on Joe Biden's desk once he comes in as president. We do not know what is contained in it. There has been several speculation that he might not do this. Donald Trump didn't even attend the inauguration, but he just went to Mar-a-Lago, so we don't know if the letter has some kind words, or we don't know anything that it contains, but we are learning that at least he has left a letter to Joe Biden, and we are expecting Joe Biden to come at any moment. Right now he is at Mass. After that, he will come to the Capitol and get ready. Right now, we're seeing some guests entering the band at the bottom, and there has been some speculation that Donald Trump might pardon people, and he did indeed pardon some people. But he did not pardon himself because his top advisors stated that if he pardons himself, it will look as if he had made some crimes, so he decided not to pardon himself. He did pardon a lot of people, though.
That's the hallmark of our democracy. We set an example. Other nations could look to in times of war, in times of turmoil, even in a pandemic. America is an ideal and endures. No matter who's been chosen to lead it for a year time. It's fine. I could not be prouder of my brother Joe Biden, who served as vice president as well as any vice president ever has. He knows his way around the White House. He knows the issues. He has a heart that is huge and cares about all Americans, including those who are voting. He's putting a great team together. And Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is going to be an extraordinary partner, not just as she is breaking down barriers, because she is a very experienced public servant. We are going to have to be determined to overcome the big challenges that we face right now. Nobody understands that better than President Biden, who's walking into a series of challenges.
This is Joe Biden leaving St. Matthew's Cathedral's Church along with delegates from Congress. He is now going to the Capitol to get ready to be inaugurated. Kamala Harris is here, as well as Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and other bipartisan members of Congress. We are seeing them leaving the cathedral. The Secret Service is right there. They're going to be taking Joe Biden towards the Capitol and be inaugurated. This, after many unprecedented shows of events, turn of events, Congress and only Joe Biden and some other members that he invited, some special guests, his cabinet, are only going to be allowed in the inauguration. No people is going to be allowed. Right now, we are trying to get a glimpse of Joe Biden. We will try to see Joe Biden right here, but this is everyone from Congress, their family members, everyone right there. So just a few moments ago in the stream, we were showing Joe Biden and how he was inside the church, but now that he's leaving, it appears like that's Joe Biden over there. So right now everyone's leaving. This is, of course, St. Matthew's Cathedral. Everything is inside this curfew sort of Washington, D.C. It is blocked from the public right now. Washington, D.C. is on lockdown, so there is no one in public right here. It's just Joe Biden, Congress, and the people who are setting up the inauguration. So it's a very unprecedented show of how everything's going to happen. You know, this is not how inaugurations work, but this year it is going to be like this because of COVID and because of recent protests. And Donald Trump has left. Once again, we keep repeating that Donald Trump has left. He showed and made a speech about all the achievements he has made, and now he also congratulated the administration. He did not name Joe Biden, though. He did not name Joe Biden. He just said in the administration. He did pardon some people, but as far as what he said, it was very, very few. He is going to Mar-a-Lago. We might actually get that feed of when he returns to Mar-a-Lago, but right now we are just seeing people leaving. It's kind of a lot of people, actually, social distancing, but these are just family members, Congress. They were in that church. President Trump has left the White House. We are seeing footage from the Capitol. Joe Biden will be inaugurated today. He is currently in mass, along with Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and others in Congress. He is now arriving at the White House. This is a special coverage of Winter News. welcome everyone around the world and in California, in Washington, in New York, in Florida, wherever you guys are watching. There will be a primetime special late evening hosted by Tom Hanks. And right now, this appears to be President-elect Joe Biden. We do not know. We know that other former presidents are coming, so this could be like a former president. Could be George Bush, or it could be like Bill Clinton. But it appears like this is Joe Biden. We do not know yet, but whoever it is, they are entering the Capitol. We are seeing this live images on Window News.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of the rich history of American inaugurations, the President's own United States Marine Band will now begin this program with the historic Washington's Grand March.
Composed for our first president, followed by a collection of music that symbolizes the resilience of our nation, beginning with a new setting of celebrated American composer Adolphus Hellstork's Fanfare on Amazing Grace.
So it appears like this is Michelle Obama and Barack Obama entering the White House. We had previously thought it was Joe Biden, but no, it's Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. This is a former president before Donald Trump. This was the president, and Joe Biden was vice president during this time. Bill Clinton along with Hillary Clinton. They were former presidents before George H.W. Bush. They are now coming out. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, they are coming. Hillary Clinton was a previous candidate. She wanted to run for president in 2016, but failed against President Donald Trump. And now she is going to be attending Joe Biden's ceremony. We are going to be expecting more former vice presidents and more former presidents to be coming in the next hour or so, and Joe Biden will also come very, very soon. He has left Mass right now. He is on his way towards the Capitol. Let's hear more of this music. This is Mitch McConnell, the majority leader that is no longer going to be majority leader because of the Senate runoff that determines who will control the Senate, and Chuck Schumer is going to be the majority leader. But right now we are seeing more and more guests enter the inauguration. Joe Biden is going to be coming shortly. We were seeing Barack Obama, Bill Clinton. We still haven't seen George Bush, but he might be coming. He will be coming sooner or later. But right now, Joe Biden is. It appears like this is Joe Biden. No, this is Chuck Schumer. This is future majority leader of the Senate. He is entering. A lot of people of Congress are going to be coming. Amy Klobuchar is right there. More people are going to be coming in the next minutes or so. This is, I think, John Boehner, who used to be part of the Senate during the Obama administration, and towards the end of towards the middle of the Trump administration. So we're seeing more and more Congress members coming in to see the inauguration. Joe Biden is coming very, very, very shortly. He's probably already right here, but it's just like there's slowly people are going to be coming. So this is a live picture of the Capitol right now. Guests are going to be coming. Let's hear the band.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President's own United States Marine Band will now present the world premieres of 3 new fanfares written by American composers in honor of the 59th inaugural ceremonies. Fanfare for Democracy by James Stevenson, Fanfare Politia by Kimberly Archer, and Fanfare for Tomorrow by Peter Boyer. Congress. The President-elect's cabinet members and agency designees. Their Excellencies, the Bilateral Chiefs of Mission, joined by Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency Salim Sabah. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention toward the inaugural platform. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark A. Milley.
Just got weird going down memory lane. A lot of the old races.
Yeah.
leadership of the United States House of Representatives, Republican Whip the Honorable Stephen Scalise, and Majority Whip the Honorable James E. Clyburn. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership of the United States Senate, President Pro Tempore Emeritus, the Honorable Patrick Leahy and Mrs. Marshall Leahy, Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin and Mrs. Rima Doden, Majority Whip, the Honorable John Thune and Mrs. Kimberly Thune, Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer and Mrs. Irish Wineshaw Schumer, and President Pro Tempore of the Senate, the Honorable Chuck Grassley and Mrs. Jennifer Hines.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be cold.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice President, the Honorable Dan Quayle. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, and the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush and Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama and Mrs. Michelle Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. Ladies and gentlemen, the children of Vice President-elect Harris and Mr. Douglas Imhoff, Cole Mackin Imhoff, and Ella Rose Imhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, the children of President-elect Biden, Robert Hunter Biden II and Ashley Blazer Biden. Also, the grandchildren of the President-elect.
I know, totally got cut off.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President, the Secretary of the Senate, the Honorable Julie E. Adams, and Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives, Catherine Spindor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Michael R. Pence and Mrs. Karen Pence.
It's all coming off.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President-elect, the Chief of Inaugural Ceremonies, Maria Miller-Lohmeyer, the Acting Deputy House Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Grubbs, and the Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, United States Capitol Police Officer Private First Class Eugene O. Goodman. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Staff Representative Alexandria Gordican-DeChico, accompanying the House Republican Leader, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy. Staff Representative Bridget Brennan, accompanying House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steny Hoyer and Mrs. Yvette Lewis. Staff Representative Kate Knudsen, accompanying Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Paul Pelosi. Staff Representative Lindsey Kerr, accompanying the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager-Mucko, accompanying Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell and the Honorable Elaine L. Chao. And Staff Representative Rochelle Graves Schroeder, accompanying the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Ron Blunt from Alabama.
Stand by. Ready. Face. Port. Arms. Forward. Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the Acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., and Dr. Jill Biden. Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda till I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment, people all over the world as we're here are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag.
Step for me.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none, and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the City of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this see two shining seas. Una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Let's get loud. 'Cause this land was made for you and me.
Well, that was great. The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we the people who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far. But we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, or rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again. Not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up? All of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, with the people at home, at work, as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first. We must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the west. We will rise from the wind-swept northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked south. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Thank you, Amanda Gorman. Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and remain in your seats while the President and official party depart the platform. For safety reasons, your ushers will release your section in an organized manner, following the playing of our national march, The Stars and Stripes Forever.
Thank you all. Thank you. Made a lot of work for you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great speech. You got to come out. You're right. You heard me say, you're no
We're gonna cut this right here.
up. I got some thoughts and ideas we need to think about. Good.
Wash your back, wash your back.
By the way,
It's more than the last year.
so Robert Altman said say hello, and my pal Linda, we saw him yesterday. They said
Get the keys. Okay.
All right.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Well done.
Almost finished.
It was really cool. My wife.
I love following you. Chris, get in.
What's a hat on the photography?
Mr. President.
Are you still on foreign relations?
Very much so.
Are you still going to work on Africa?
You're welcome.
To work with me. How you doing? Hanging in there? Yeah. Proud of you, man. Doing good. Going. In the administration, I'm still working, so.
Still working on hard.
I'd be the cemetery after this, sir.
We saw them, we don't need to film. Tell him to give me up the net next time. I'm just gonna listen out.
on that other side or on that other side? Got it. Okay, and then who are you with? I'm with the house. You're the official? Yeah. House official? Okay. Then you're pretty good here then. And you're the pool. And how many pools do you have? And you're... I'm with the press photo gallery. I apologize. I'm with the press photo gallery. So I'm just seeing them like, yeah.
Oh, look at the two people down there, baby. That's amazing. Yeah, but I'm saying they look like they're going towards the bus stop. Hey, with a mob of people.
But do you know, were they yellow?
They're already asking, how do we get It looks like it's blocked. I don't think they. It's not a straight shot. You never seen it?
Yeah, 49.
This one's muted. When they do full-on parade here, it's pretty impressive. The real parade, when they're doing that, they've got the horses, the cars from NPD, every agency's motors, everything. It's pretty impressive.
The archway.
Shall I sign? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. I know, we need it. Let's go back.
You can use your phone. Over here. Sorry, this is your office. Yes, safe. Everyone's here to dance. Okay, you got it.
They're briefing now, Kevin.
Thank you, sir.
Will you?
Yeah.
Close to over here. Okay.
Exactly right.
Yeah, you didn't need that eye, did you?
They already have it. That's good. Yeah. Did you say that? Yeah, I walked in with my office. We don't need to pause. We're going to go straight and watch the left. Thank you.
I think that's probably right. Well, President Biden and the First Lady and the Vice President and the second gentleman Normally at this time, we have a lunch, and probably no person alive has attended more of those lunches than President Biden has. It's an important moment where it's bipartisan. It's the time to bond between the executive and the legislative branch of the government. We probably don't need as much bonding because we already have that natural bonding with you and the traditions here. By those traditions, usually there's a painting at the front of that event that the chairman picks. This time, not knowing we were going to have an event until what we were going to do about an event until late, I asked Dr. Biden to help pick the painting, and this is the one that she recommended. The painting is landscape with rainbow. Rainbow, always a good sign. It's loaned to us for today from the Smithsonian American Art Museum. The artist, Dr. Robert Sheldon Duncanson, he was the best-known African-American painter in the years surrounding the Civil War. He was based in Cincinnati, encouraged by abolitionists who, among other things, sponsored a trip for him to do some study in Europe. This is a painting that he painted in 1859, and I think maybe it's sort of the classic America as a paradise painting that a lot of painters were doing then. But for him, a black artist painting this painting that's so much like an American utopia on the verge of a war that we would fight over slavery, makes all of that, I think, even more interesting in that while he faced lots of challenges, obviously was optimistic even in 1859 about America. And so, Dr. Biden, thanks for helping select this painting, and glad to have all four of you here as we move on to my good friend Senator Klobuchar.
I like the rainbow.
The rainbow is always a good sign. Let's hope so.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Door number 2. There we are. Good. Mr. President, First Lady, Madam Vice President, and our very first second gentleman, on behalf of the American people, it is our honor to present these custom-made crystal vases commemorating your historic inauguration. Lennox, which you know is a great company, American company, has handcrafted these gifts for the past 9 presidential inaugurations. It is a good thing I don't have to hand them to you personally. They each weigh, with the base, 32 pounds, but combined 64. But Jill, I know, is very strong and could take them both. Exactly. But the Lennox company is actually based in Bristol, Pennsylvania, which you know, Mr. President, is a mere 132 miles from Scranton, since we know today all roads lead to Scranton. The team at Lennox has worked for months to capture the spirit of this inauguration and your incoming administration. Mr. President, your vase features the White House, and Vice President Harris's features the U.S. Capitol. The gifts represent the hope and the faith the American people have placed in you to move our country forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has sadly limited our usual hospitality, as others have mentioned, I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions. It's my honor and privilege to help present these flags of our nation that were flown over today's event here at the Capitol. Now, I have to make one point of personal privilege on behalf of the Senate. With all due respect to our distinguished Speaker and our colleagues from the House, I have to note not only did we just swear in a son and daughter of the Senate to these high offices, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether. The Star-Spangled Banner is our greatest symbol of our endurance of the American idea. It flies over this building on triumphant days and on tragic ones, over all factions and all parties. And today this flag flew over our former colleague's inauguration as the very first female Vice President of the United States. So to our very distinguished former colleague, Madam Vice President, please accept this flag with the highest compliments and congratulations of the United States Senate.
The distinguished leader of the Senate pointed out that he has hosted this lunch for members of the Senate who have become president and vice president. But I have the privilege of giving the flag to the President of the United States, the flag that was flown when you were sworn in, Mr. President. This flag reflects all that is said about your inauguration. America united. May it be a symbol of the hope, the healing, and the just all of the enthusiasm that you have for our country. And as we heard the beautiful national anthem, when we're at the stadium and they say, is our flag still there? Then you say, play ball. Right there. Play ball. So we're going to get ready to play ball. We're ready to go with the inspiration of our flag flying. But again, on behalf of the House of Representatives, it is my privilege to extend to you the flag that was flown the early moment that you were sworn in as President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. If we had the lunch, we would have had California wine. Is that not right? Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, congratulations. With liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Hey, man. Long time no see. Congratulations, Mr. President. Thank you.
Modern technology, right? It's a good picture, too. Well, President Biden, Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Emhoff, on behalf of Republicans in Congress, congratulations. Very proud of you both. When President Washington was sworn in as the first president of the United States, only a handful of people saw the ceremony or heard the famous first inaugural address. Today, the inauguration is seen around the nation and indeed around the world. Yet the task facing the nation is no less momentous than it was in Washington's time. I listened to your speech today. You talked among the tension and division. Our task as leaders is to bind this nation's wounds and dedicate ourselves to the values of all Americans share together. With modern technology, just a few minutes ago, it captured in these pictures. History in the making for all the world to see. This picture should serve as a reminder of that task that we have before us. As a very proud son of California, it is my honor to present to a very proud daughter of California as well. Today, Vice President Harris made history, and all of America should celebrate that. But we should also remember that this is not the end, but just the beginning. As leaders, we are judged not by our words, but by our actions. So let's go forth from here together, accomplish great things for the American people. And every time you look at this photo, remember the beginning of the job we have to do. Congratulations.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Imhoff, Dr. Biden, Mr. President. No, Joe, you're Mr. President. And we are so proud of that. Dr. Biden, he makes you call him Mr. President? Marriage is about to get rocky, I can tell. On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inaugural Ceremonies, I too am proud. More than that, I'm ecstatic to present the two of you this picture. A testament to technology and a testament to history. Mr. President, in your speech you talked about faith. You talked about tribulations, but you talked about victory. The Johnson brothers wrote a great hymn. You know it well, Mr. President. Today we have a new day. And that hymn came out of faith and out of deep trouble into hope. And they said, facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory's won. That's what your speech was about. And that's why we are so proud and ready to march with you, President Biden. God bless.
And they're both different. Yeah. Get the whole family in there. Put your head in there.
Oh, God. Well, thanks, President.
Thank you.
Really mean. I don't know what you're supposed to be. Nice, sir. Thank you. You bet. Thank you, everyone.
you want me to go hurry him up? Can you hurry him up?
We all had HMS going, like, ripped off the average. They went to the demonstration or something.
terrorist side. Train 22 King.
Have you talked to me? Part of Jay's and all that. Solomon? You know, talk to yourself. Yep. Okay. Guys, can we just clear the camera really quick? Your bring family across. Okay, yeah. Let's make go. Can we do that now? Can we do it? Come back a little bit. Are we getting? Yeah, because they're going to be going. No, I'm holding it. We're holding. Guys, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, we got a jam. All right, let's follow Sterling.
Oh, are we staying with you? Yeah. Wait.
Come on. Let's do it. Don't run. Don't run.
You feel warm at all?
I'm good. Ready? But.
Advance the colors.
you have any cellular devices, please set them on silent mode or switch them to the off position. Thank you. arrived and are being greeted by Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera, Executive Director, Army National Cemeteries Program. Mr. Charles R. Alexander, Superintendent, Arlington National Cemetery. Major General Omar J. Jones IV, Commanding General of the United States Army Military District of Washington, and Mrs. Tracy Jones. The Armed Forces Honor Guard and the United States Army Band are formed and awaiting the President and Vice President to move to the tomb of the unknown soldier to place the wreath.
Honor guard. Attention. Present arms. Order! Arms!
President, Vice President, please come back to the spot.
Present arms.
Advance the colors!
and gentlemen, ceremonial at ease. I think we all recognize the next element of the parade. It's the presidential motorcade, carrying the man sworn in today as our nation's 46th president, Joseph R. Biden Jr.
don't worry. I'm not. Thank you.
I know. It's been 3 hours. How does it feel, Mr. President?
Feels great.
It feels good?
Feels good.
All righty. Congratulations. Thank you.
For your whole career, what does this moment feel as you're about to walk to the West Wing? Do you have a message to President Trump? Mr. President, we love you! Not a man! We love you! Mr. President, can you unite the country? Thank you. Thank you. Hey guys, love you.
Love you guys. Love you. Woohoo!
It's our family.
It's our family.
David, how are you?
Yep.
Mr. President, how are you?
I'm well.
What is your message to the world? What is your message to the world?
Unity.
I got it. Can you hold it, please?
Okay, you guys, we're gonna let him talk. The pool, move to the side, please. We're gonna let the president talk. Pool, can you hold, please? He's gonna turn around.
I see. I'm just trying to get over.
We are military-connected kids, and we go to a Department of Defense Education Activity School in Italy.
There are nearly 70,000 military-connected kids in 160 DoDEA schools around the world.
DoDEA has schools in 11 countries, 7 states, and 2 territories.
There are more than 50,000 of us overseas. Wherever our parents serve, we serve too.
On behalf of all of us, we would like to say welcome aboard to our new Commander-in-Chief, President Biden, and Vice President Harris.
As part of our parade across America, we are shining the spotlight on local heroes from different states and different backgrounds who went above and beyond to support their friends, to lend others, and to strengthen their communities during this challenging past year of the COVID-19 pandemic. For me, each of these heroes next door demonstrates the spirit, the resilience, the compassion, and the caring of our people. Our first hero is from Georgia.
Hey Jason, how you doing?
Good. How about you, Mr. Bensdorf? My name is Jason Zigant. I'm in 7th grade, and I am 12 years old, and I've been playing the trumpet since 4th grade.
My name is Karen Zagant, and Jason is my son. I came across this video of this trumpet player from the New York Philharmonic playing off his rooftop, and I think it was right after shift change. We happen to live right down the street from the hospital, so I suggested to Jason, is this something you might want to try to do?
My mom asked, do you want to come and play for the hospital?
Vice Presidential motorcade carrying Kamala Harris, who was sworn in today as our country's first female vice president and our first vice president of color. She was sworn in by our first female Supreme Court Justice of color, Associate Justice, Sonia.
Kamala Harris. Now this
Consent the quorum be dispensed with.
The chair lays before the Senate 2 certificates of election for the state of Georgia and a certificate of appointment to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of former Senator Kamala D. Harris of California. Yeah, that was very weird. Okay. The certificates, the chair is advised, are in the form suggested by the Senate. If there be no objection, the reading of the certificates will be waived, and they will be printed in full in the record. If the senators elect and senator designate will now present themselves at the desk, the chair will administer the oath of office.
Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Warnock.
Please raise your right hand. Okay. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations.
President and Madam Vice President.
Majority Leader.
Just to let the members know the order of business, we will first install Senator Leahy as President Pro Tem. We will then have some other sort of just mechanical business. I will then give my maiden speech as Majority Leader of the United States Senate, and then we'll hear from Senator McConnell. There may be a vote this evening. Unanimous consent, the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 6, submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 6, to elect Patrick J. Leahy, a senator from the state of Vermont, to be President pro tempore of the Senate of the United States.
Is there objection to the proceeding or the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. The senior senator from Vermont will be escorted to the desk. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic?
I do.
That you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S. Resolution 7, submitted earlier today.
Without objection. And the clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 7, expressing the thanks of the Senate to the Honorable Chuck Grassley for his service as President pro tempore of the United States Senate, and to designate Senator Grassley as President pro tempore emeritus of the United States Senate.
The clerk will report the resolution. Is there objection to proceed to the measure? And without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? There's none. Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 8, submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 8, notifying the President of the United States of the election of a President pro tempore.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, hearing none, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 9, submitted earlier today.
Clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 9, notifying the House of Representatives of the election of a President pro tempore.
Is there objection to proceed to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the motion be to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 10 submitted earlier today.
Clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 10, electing Gary B. Myrick of Virginia as Secretary for the majority of the Senate.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Hearing none, Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to be reconsidered be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Not hearing objection, it's ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 11 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 11, electing Robert M. Duncan of the District of Columbia as Secretary for the minority of the Senate.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Hearing none, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Hearing none, without objection, so ordered.
That's it. Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I need to catch my breath, so much is happening. A few hours ago, on the west front of this citadel of democracy, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were administered the oaths of office to the presidency and the vice presidency of the United States. We have turned the page to a new chapter in the history of our democracy, and I am full of hope. I would challenge anyone not to feel hopeful today after listening to Amanda Gordon, the amazing 22-year-old poet, wise far beyond her years, who told us that, quote, somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. The hope she spoke about, strong and happy hope, the hope we feel today, is a hope, of course, that's tempered by reality. This was an inauguration unlike most others. The crowds that customarily line the National Mall were absent, a reminder that our nation is still in the throes of a deadly pandemic. The presence of thousands of National Guardsmen, police, and Secret Service was a reminder that 2 weeks ago in this very room and on those very steps where President Biden took the oath, a mob of violent criminals tried to dismantle our democracy, our sacred democracy, brick by brick, and would try again if they could. But, as President Biden said a few hours ago, today democracy has prevailed. The will of the people was heeded, the peaceful transfer of power fulfilled. It takes a lot more than a band of hooligans to bring our grand democracy down. Let it be a message to our friends and adversaries around the world that our democracy, though it has been tried and been tested, shall long endure. And let it be a message to those terrorists who desecrated this temple of democracy that they will never prevail. Joe Biden is now the 46th President of the United States. Kamala Harris is now the 49th Vice President of the United States. But of course, in more ways than one, she is not the 49th, but the first African-American woman, the first Asian American woman, the first woman, period, to hold the office of Vice Presidency in our nation's history. Today, the threat to our democracy from the presidency itself has ended, but the challenges we face as a nation remain. In the wake of violence and division, hatred and mistruth, in the shadow of disease and economic hardship, a warming planet, an unequal society, we begin the work of the 117th Congress. In his inaugural address, President Biden spoke to this moment, a moment of great challenge, and told us two simple truths. One, that our responsibilities are numerous, and two, it will take unity of spirit, unity of purpose to fulfill them. President Biden, We heard you loud and clear. We have a lengthy agenda, and we need to get it done together. President Biden pointed the way to our nation's recovery and renewal. He reminded us of who we are and where we need to go. But we must now turn the spirit of his words into action. The Senate must immediately set to work on the mission President Biden described, restoring the greatness and goodness of America. This will be an exceptionally busy and consequential period for the United States Senate. There is much to do, and we are ready to get to work. Now, not to upstage our new president and vice president, but theirs has not been the only swearing in today. A few moments ago, the Senate welcomed 3 new members to this chamber. I can now happily and proudly call them Senator Padilla, Senator Ossoff, Senator Warnock. They joined Senators Kelly, Hickenlooper, and Lujan as part of a 6-member class of Democratic senators and a new Democratic Senate majority. I mentioned the historic nature of Vice President Harris's ascendance, but let's not forget that her successor, Alex Padilla, is the first Latino senator to represent California, that Raphael Warnock, born while Georgia was represented in this chamber by 2 staunch segregationists, is now the first African-American senator Georgia has ever elected, and that John Ossoff is the first Jewish senator from his state, sworn in today on a book of Hebrew scripture once owned by the rabbi who decades ago formed a bond between the Jewish and African-American communities of Georgia. As President Biden said in his inaugural address, "Don't tell me things can't change." With the swearing in of these 3 senators, the Senate will turn to Democratic control, for which I deeply thank my colleagues. We'll turn to Democratic control under the first New York-born majority leader in American history, a kid from Brooklyn, the son of an exterminator and a housewife, a descendant of victims of the Holocaust. That I should be the leader of this new Senate majority is an awesome responsibility, awesome in the biblical sense, as the angels that trembled in awe before God. Today, I feel the full weight of that responsibility, a sense of reverence, of awe at the trust placed in me. I intend to honor that trust with all of my energy and with joy. And as the majority changes in the Senate will do business differently. The Senate will address the challenges our country faces head-on and without delay, not with timid solutions, but with boldness and with courage. The Senate will tackle the perils of the moment, a once-in-a-generation health and economic crisis, and it will strive to make progress on generations-long struggle for racial justice, economic justice, equality of opportunity, and equality under the law. And make no mistake, the Senate will forcefully, consistently, and urgently address the greatest threat to this country and to our planet, climate change. This Senate will legislate. It will be active, responsive, energetic, and bold. And to my Republican colleagues, when and where we can, the Democratic majority will strive to make this important work bipartisan. The Senate works best when we work together. We have no choice. The challenges we face are great. The divisions in the country are real. We have no choice but to try to work together every day to reward the faith the American people have placed in us. So let us begin. I yield the floor.
The Republican leader.
President, today, before the American people and the world, the peaceful transfer of power that has helped define our nation for more than 230 years was carried out. We swore in the 46th President and the 49th Vice President of the United States. President Biden and Vice President Harris are both alumni of the U.S. Senate. They're well known to us in this chamber. They begin their terms with both challenges and opportunities before them, and with the prayers of our whole nation at their backs. President Biden made unity the major theme of his inaugural address. He pledged to be a president for all Americans, to work as hard for the many millions of Americans who did not support his candidacy as he will for the millions who did. So I congratulate my friend from Delaware, look forward to working with him as our new president wherever possible. Our country deserves for both sides, both parties, to find common ground for the common good everywhere that we can and disagree respectfully where we must. Last fall, the American people chose to elect a narrowly divided House of Representatives, a 50-50 Senate, and a president who promised unity. The people intentionally entrusted both political parties with significant power to shape our nation's direction. May we work together to honor that trust. Earlier today, I was honored to present our former colleague, Vice President Harris, with a flag that flew over her historic swearing-in as our nation's first woman Vice President. This groundbreaking achievement elicits national pride that transcends politics. All citizens can applaud the fact that this new three-word phrase, Madam Vice President, is now a part of our American lexicon. So once again, our sincere congratulations to our former colleague from California on this day.
Here he comes.
Sorry.
Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Oh my God, where is he? We love you!
He's right here. He's right here. He's right here.
We love you! We love you!
safe and secure from the threats and the unseen, to root out systemic racism. We've reached a point, in my view, where the American people have had the blinders have been taken off. They've been taken off and realized, they didn't realize before, just how much systemic racism still exists, because they didn't live in circumstances where they were with large minority populations, whatever the background was. And all of a sudden, they see what happened to George Floyd, with his nose being pushed up against the curb, suffocated to death and murdered. And they said, my God, that really happens. This piece of technology has changed. The young man had the courage to stand there for 8 minutes and 44 seconds and take that picture. And the whole world responded. The whole world responded. We have a chance. We have a chance to change things. For the reason I got involved in politics when I was a kid at 26 years old, running for local office to try to change redlining. I really mean it. So you shouldn't be doing this unless you feel it. I always say a simple proposition. I trust people more who the idea and the concern starts in their gut, goes to their heart, and is able to articulate it by a good brain, rather than the person who thinks of it intellectually but never feels it. The people you can count on are the ones that starts from the gut, works their way to the heart, and have the intellectual capacity to do what needs to be done. And so, folks, we have a lot going on. We have a lot of opportunities. We can meet this existential threat of climate change. I really believe it. Again, the world has figured out, the United States has figured out, whoa, it makes a gigantic difference. Makes a gigantic difference, these unseen threats, air you can't breathe, living on fence-line communities and the like. So much more we can do. We have such an awful lot to do, but I know you. I know your heart, your dedication, your commitment to this nation. And I know you can do it, and we're going to do it by leading with one core American value: humility and trust, collegiality, diversity, competency, and family. And I want to thank your families for the sacrifices. But I'm not joking when I say this. If you're ever working with me and I hear you treat another colleague with disrespect, talk down to someone, I promise you I will fire you on the spot. On the spot. Everybody is entitled to be treated with decency and dignity. That's been missing in a big way the last 4 years.